sweating at like 19 Celsius. I bet Miss Salem, you would also think that minus 25 is easy, or minus 29. Minus 29 is fine if you just dress appropriately. Easy. See, it's quite proportional to each person's experience. Usually we get usually like minus 20 to minus 25. Last winter was crazy. We had past minus 20 for like 1.5 months, which isn't usual. Usually the standard winter weather is like minus 10. Last winter was incredibly cold, but like the coldest I've experienced is probably like minus 30 to minus 33, something like that. Good day, move. Generally dealing with cold is much easier than dealing with warm, because like you can layer more clothes on, and like when it gets cold, even if it gets a little cold inside, you can like layer multiple duvets in the night. Hello, Blitzer. The Nord does not give a fuck about like minus 25. Eddie doesn't. I swear the dog does not feel warmth or coldness like at all. I think he lacks the sense of that. Like, surely, like if it's really hot, he is going to pant. But like when it's cold, like it's like minus 25 Celsius. Like he doesn't care for a coat. He just wants to go outside, and he's so happy to be outside, and he shows no signs of being cold. I don't know what's wrong with him. Also, he has a diaper now. And I think it was genuinely a great idea to get him a diaper. Because he's definitely collecting some droplets. I don't know, even if he's finished, he's still a poodle. It has happened a couple of times that I've like trimmed him right before it gets cold. And he just does not give a fuck. Like not a single flying fuck. Like it's kinda astonishing. So hello Ishtails. We have new ASMR triggers. First off, I got these kinda bonus. These are like lip gloss brushes. Celsius, I'm dying, and you guys are like 30 Celsius. What's wrong with you, weakling? I'm like, if I took you to minus 30 Celsius, I would be fine. You wouldn't. You would be dead. Like, it's very relative to what you're used to. And I'm built for the cold, not for whatever this is. Oh no, it's never too early for this socialism, Rafi. Your coat is nicer because you can put on more clothes and then it's fine, right? But when it gets warm, at some point you're already naked and there's nothing you can do. To be fair, being naked isn't even the best way to stay cool, but that's kind of besides the point. Oh no, wish tales. I think it's especially bad if you have like a room with windows to the south or something like that. Then like it can literally be like 15 Celsius outside and you're still baking inside because your living room or bedroom is essentially a greenhouse. And that is not comfortable. Catridge, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Cartridge. Why can't I speak? I'm sorry. Cartridge. Thank you. Cartridge. Champion. You have balcony attached to your room with a glass door facing the sun. Oh gosh. My condolences. That's gonna be warm. That is gonna be warm. I lived in an apartment like that. For a year I studied business economy. Like I studied business in university. In Finland, in a city called Pori. All of it sucked. And one of the things that sucked was that I was living with my then partner in like one bedroom, living room, kitchen apartment, and every single room in the house had a big window. The living room had two big windows, like whole wall length windows directly towards south. It was a literal greenhouse, the entire apartment. It was terrible. Whenever it was like more than 10 Celsius outside, it would get unbearably warm in there. Yeah, because it's so uncomfortable to do anything when it's that warm. Tales. Hello, Maragana. I'm good. And hello, Demalia. Welcome, both of you. I hope you are well. Okay, this is the main thing that I ordered I'm supposed to use mineral water for this thing. Or spring water. Don't put makeup water in it. Okay. Damn, this thing has an old... what is this called? Is this like a mini or micro USB? I think this is micro USB. I guess you put water in this part. Doesn't have charge. Hello, Baracus. Yeah, Maragana. My username used to be Grill the Gamer. I think on YouTube, I think it was just Grill ASMR. I think you'd still find me with those search terms. Thank you, Demalia. I think I need to get some water for the thingy so that I can try using it. Hello, Poopa. Welcome. 6 years. Nice. That's like right from the start of 2020. Okay. How does it work? Surely you put water in the top part. was a bit loud. Eddie got scared. No, I don't watch the World Cup. Not really big into sports. Yeah, and also FIFA hella corrupt. Vetta var joulun oppi. Trump doesn't even actually know what football is, Leah. And still, I feel like that's just more of a reason for me to dislike it, as Trump is one of the people I actually genuinely despise in this world. I used to play football myself though, when I was in high school. Shut up, you little bit, this is not waterboarding. Stop it. Your little bit probably just been up to some Setamies activities and gotten pepper sprayed by some innocent lady who he decided to harass. That's why he's being so sensitive about the little tiny humidifier. Ella, no. Nice to see you, Unknown. I hope you're well. How good were my football skills? My actual football skills weren't great, but I am sturdy and a very fast runner, so I think my coach knew quite well how to use my strengths for the benefit of the team, so I always felt very useful in games and stuff. I was literally the fastest one in our team, and Elma, like, not a single time did an opposing team player like outrun me. And then jag håller uppe. What position did I play? Let me get out some paper. I always keep forgetting what you call that. In English. In Finnish, I would say that it's like vasen laitapuolustaja. Okay. So you know how most teams play 4-4-2. See that? Okay. I would usually play here. Because my technique wasn't great, but I was a really fast runner. So, like, opposing team players couldn't outrun me. Left back, yeah. And also I was very sturdy, so think the best way to describe is like, I could play very clean, and still like be very oppressive physically. Like essentially how you gonna get the ball from the middle field to the center of the field where you could actually score a goal if you constantly have a defender just glued to your side, pushing you towards the side of the field, and you're unable to outrun them, and you're unable to push hard enough that you could steer towards the middle of the field. That's literally all I had to do. Just make sure that no one got through me. It's just one goalkeeper. The goalkeeper wasn't in the graph, Eddie. So there is a total of 11 players on the field, right? 4 defenders. Then there's the 2 wings, 2 middle field, and 2. Or I guess 3 middle field kind of, 2 in the front. I don't know what to even call them. And then there is the goalie. 0 red cards. Not a single one. I never even got a yellow card. I only ever gave 1 free kick to the opposing team. And it was in a game that we won 7-1. So I didn't feel too bad about that. Literally only ever gave 1 free kick to the opposing team. I played so clean. You have no idea. Like I did. Actually, I think it was also misjudged, Trolley. I think I played that also clean, but I think the referee felt bad for the opposing team. So I wasn't going to complain. I don't remember if I actually ever scored a goal in an official game, Leah. Like my job was literally just defend and get the ball to the people who were actually good at the game. But we won like vast majority of our games, so I was doing my thing. Also, like, I was literally playing left back because like I only started playing football when I was in high school, so I had none of the like skills that all of the other girls had who had played for like a decade already at that point. So my skills were like I had trained track and field for like 8 years at that point, and I was an endurance runner. So I was literally put on the side of the field where like I'm not left-footed, I'm right-footed. Like normally you'd play the left side if you're left-footed, I'm pretty sure. it was a tournament with like where you can exchange players on the field as much as you want. Like free player exchanges on the field. Because youth matches, they are usually very, very chill with those. And our team, we had exactly one field full of players. We did not have a single person on the bench. I think one of our players had gotten injured in the match before, and we were playing in the tournament with two teams. So we were like, we thought we were doomed, and then one of the girls was just like, let's play bus. And some people were confused. They're like, the fuck you mean we play bus? They're like, so we're gonna play as if we parked a bus in front of the goal. Everyone plays defense. And we won that match like 2-0, I think. We were just playing defense, and then we had like one offensive player, and we got like, I don't know, like 5 times we were able to like shoot the ball just like across the field, and she would just run it, like she would just run and do her thing. And the funny shit was the opposing team was getting so tilted. They had so many players who were like, they could exchange players. They had like fresh feet in the game the whole time, and they couldn't do shit because we were playing so defensive. And they got so mad. They were like, "This is not how you're supposed to play this game. What the fuck, guys? This is so unfun." And I still think it was the funniest match ever. Hello, Davix. Nice. Enjoy your summer holidays. What are you planning to do with the summer, Davix? I kinda assumed so. Is there any game that you are excited to play, or are you just gonna be playing games that you usually do? Or go to work if you find a summer job. It's kind of a pain to find those. I feel like, especially okay, in Finland we have like very substantial like summer job culture. Like it's really part of the culture that anyone who's like 15 or older tries to get a summer job. And in the last, well, especially this year, but in the last few years, like the employment situation in Finland has just gotten so dog shit that you have like grocery stores where they have like 2% acceptance rate for like summer job applicants, which is fucking wild. Like the very basic, very normal jobs, like very much like grocery store summer job type thing, and then it's like, well, we take 1 out of 50 applicants, and this is like also like genuine applicants. bracelet. No, I think I've had it since February. It has like leaves on it. Hello, Stargazer. Yeah. It's like, especially entry-level job market is so fucked currently. Really. Sophia Sleep Studio, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome all the raiders on this stream. Good evening, Sam. Hello, Fenris. Guys, go check out Sophia Sleep Studio. I need to switch my keyboard language so I can type properly. Sophia Sleep Studio is great. Go drop her a follow, or just press the follow button on top of the chat. It's now there, surely. Thank you for the raid. I hope you stream it well. Sophia, sleep. Study. What time is it now in Finland? 7 p.m. Yeah, I'm currently in the UK. Here it's 5 p.m. But yeah, in Finland it would be 7 p.m. We have a new trigger, by the way, because we reached a new ASMR trigger goal last stream. So we got this. No, but maybe next time when we fill the goal, Traffic Man. Hello, Adrian. Hello, Marcellar. Guys, I have a fun fact for you. Did you guys know that having a big penis is gay? Gay men's penises on average are half an inch longer than straight men's penises. I read it in a book. Truly, so I've been reading this book called The Billion Wicked Thoughts the book is like 14 years old, and you can definitely tell that in some senses, like, some of the stuff has not aged perfectly, but it has so many fun statistics. And this is exactly what I mean by fun statistics. Or maybe you're gay and you're just in denial, and Elma. I look tired, Aljava. Interesting. I'm sorry. I have genetically very dark under eyes. So sorry for not wearing concealer today, I guess. My bad for wanting to wear less makeup when it's literally 30 Celsius and I'm sweating. Like, I don't know. What things sweat a lot? Horses actually sweat a lot. Have you guys seen a sweaty horse? Hello Christiana, welcome. I think you count for both then, Baller Dan. What other fun? A lot of the other fun facts are less fun. To be fair, I'm also just often quite tired, Aljava. But the dark under eyes are actually genetic, so I'll have them regardless of me being tired or not being tired. Me being tired is much more apparent from like my demeanor otherwise. Like, if I'm about to fall asleep on stream. I kinda assumed you did. I mean, I'm not taking massive offense. Don't you worry, Aljava. I'm just being a little prickly about it. But yeah. My under eyes are very, very much genetic. They are just very dark, especially because I have such pale skin. So any under eye darkness just like glows through because the skin has like no pigment. Absolutely not an Alma. I'm not gonna shoot myself with the skin cancer beam. I'm so diligent about wearing sunscreen as well. Because like sun doesn't only like make you tan and cause you to burn or like only cause skin cancer. Literally everything that can go wrong with your skin is exacerbated by sun. Like hyperpigmentation, like just wrinkles in general, most skin conditions. Funnily enough, one of the only skin conditions that doesn't get worse with sun is acne. Acne generally does, like, well, I mean, I can acne in some ways does get still worse, but tanning can also like make acne like temporarily lesser. Don't just tend to remove your acne though, that's not a great idea. It only gives temporary effects and isn't good for your skin health in general. Sun is the look older beam. Yeah, to be fair, there's nothing wrong with looking older. But yeah. Hello darkness. The color under my eyes. Yeah, hi Jar. Basically. Also hello Keen. I'm doing good Keen. How are you doing Keen? We have a new trigger. I'm just gonna be talking about this today. Also, I feel like someone might have asked about the game. So, mandatory game update maybe. Except I'm not sure if I actually have an update. Gonna restart, good. Lol and Alma. Hello JD. I'm good, how are you JD? Okay, Anelma, so Sun is trying its very best to murder us. I promise you, Anelma. It's like the atmosphere and the planet that's actually enabling the life. Yeah. That's not exactly what I was talking about, but yeah, JD. Okay, what are we looking at? ASMR game. Slowly things update, being upgraded. I think we might have functional. Oh, I think I'm missing the assets for this, so I can't show you the videos, but we now have a system that lets one run videos in the game. I just haven't downloaded or copied the assets folder from the network. honestly do think that this might be like a positive exactly, Johnny. So you like mega straight. The smaller your penis is, the more into women you are. I genuinely do not actually know what is the reason, especially like half an inch is quite a big difference, like on like as an average, you know. I know, right, Charlie? Like when you're speaking about averages. Yeah, half an inch is a lot, Jim. This is very true. Okay, half an inch is like 1.3 centimeters, and Alma 13 millimeters, 0.13 decimeters. Yeah. 0.013 meters. It's the average size anyway. Well, according to the book that I was reading, 5.99 inches is the average for straight men, and I think it was 6.43 for gay men. Inches again. 5.99 inches is like 15 centimeters, which I think is actually higher than the actual world average. So some of these statistics might be skewed, or they might be based on self-reporting, because that doesn't sound right. Or they might be local studies. I thought that was a global studies. Do I need to get a book now? Jen, we're talking about the fact that having a big cock is actually gay. Self-report your local government. That sounds illegal, Archer. Who are you reporting these numbers to? And yes, I do. God damn it, dirty. You don't even have a ruler. I don't think you're supposed to measure God damn it, Eddie. Does size matter? In extreme circumstances, yes, Jen. Like, if you have like more than 20 centimeters, pain and suffering is almost guaranteed. But a large portion of women don't come from penetration anyway, so size matters, like in a sense of if the penis is small, the size matters like much less than skill. Like, obviously it's nice if there's something to work with, but again, most women don't even come from penetration, so if your other skills are good, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, metanoia. Absolutely, like the psychological and emotional parts are very important for women. Like, often just like physical or visual stimulation is not enough for an actually pleasurable experience. Yeah, not with the penis, Adam. Have you never had sex, Adam? If you want to make a woman come, you usually that involves clitoral stimulation with your hands, your mouth, or just having a really good angle. For example, like there are some positions where it's actually possible to like just get the clitoral stimulation in, even though it's kind of just like mostly just penetrative sex. Like often woman on top allows this. On the other hand, men see boobies, men have pleasurable experience. This actually, the book that I'm reading, which again, I'm not gonna say is like, in any kind of way, like end all be all, but this is very much what the book says. Like visual imprinting is very common in men. Also just generally like imprinting onto like certain sex acts or certain like sensations. Meanwhile, these are generals because obviously variation within population is always higher than between populations, as in there is gonna be a bigger range of differences within all of the women than there is an average difference between men and women. Okay, please don't talk about your specific penis in the chat, Jen. Also, your penis size doesn't really matter. Like, again, 6 inches is like, what, like, pretty close to the average. I think it's slightly above. It's like, on most instances, it's like, I said that anything over 6 inches is gay. Yeah, this is accurate. Anything over 6 inches is gay. You keep reading about people dying from going down on women. Where what are you reading, Jade? What in the world are you reading? Drowned. Yeah. Some kind of mouth cancer. Okay, so I don't think you can call that dying from going down on a woman. There are many sexually transmitted diseases. One very common is HPV, which causes the increased risk of cancer in both women, especially in women, but also I think it increases the risk of prostate cancer in men. I'm not 100% on that, but I think it does. You should fact check that. But HPV, for example, has a vaccine. Now, when it comes to other sexually transmitted diseases, like generally, wearing condom is extremely important. If you have multiple sexual partners or short-term relationships, getting tested regularly is very, 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 very important. You're not gonna catch mouth cancer from going down on a woman. I wouldn't be worried about that. Just use protection, get the HPV vaccine, and you know, be safe. If you have things like, for example, bleeding in your mouth, don't do oral. Because if you have wounds in your mouth, then there is a risk of like contracting HIV, for example, which is very manageable with modern medicine, but you really don't want to get it still. You know, you really don't want HIV. You don't need to be worried about wounds in your mouth if you're like in a monogamous relationship and you've both been tested. But again, most of these concerns are if you do hookups or short-term relationships. You'll find most women say 7 inches is too much. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, I've noticed most women enjoy some girth more than they enjoy the length. Also, too long of a penis. It depends on the size of the woman's insides, obviously, but if you have if you're very gifted in the department of the size of your penis, it can be quite painful, and it can actually make having sex harder. Especially if your partner is slightly smaller. Croc, is this true? Please stop asking, Croc. I hate Croc. You can just not put it in all the way. This is very true. And oftentimes, if you are larger, there's some positions that are going to be less painful and others that are going to be more painful. But you know, generally having a very large penis can be limiting in penetrative sex. Lady Nonak, yes, this does happen. You're not incorrect, Lady Nonak, no. You have a question: do women look at penis actually to get turned on? Okay, so I'm gonna, from my intuitive perspective, no. There are much more attractive things about men than their penises. I can also say for sure that lesbian women are not looking at penises and getting turned on. Women get turned on by beer belly sometimes. Okay, so women's sexuality is much more complex in the turned on department. There was a study about this, and essentially one of the things to know about female sexuality is that women can be physically aroused and still psychologically completely turned off. And that is actually physical and psychological arousal is it is the norm, that those are quite separate for women. Okay, first off, men also don't get turned on by looking at vaginas. Generally. Men usually get turned on by boobs and butts, not by labias, you know. Yeah. Okay, but the study, for example, this is a little handheld humidifier, but the study about women's arousal is essentially physical arousal in women can be triggered by basically anything, by literally mention of sex, by the grossest, weirdest things. Meanwhile, psychological arousal requires like very specific circumstances. Meanwhile, men tend to be more kinda specific about what like they want. Men won't necessarily get turned on by like, okay, so in the study the example was actually monkeys having sex. So women would be physically aroused from like bonobo monkeys mating. Meanwhile, men wouldn't be. But whenever men were physically aroused, they were also almost always psychologically aroused. Meanwhile, women would be physically aroused, essentially, from like anything. Meanwhile, psychological arousal was much more specific and often required like much more than just like sight of an attractive man. This is quite an old study actually, I think. I'm sorry, Lady Nonak, I can just read your thoughts. Whose studies are these? Yeah, do I need to get the fucking book? This is annoying. I've been reading a book. It's actually a little bit old book. It's 14 years old. It's called A Billion Wicked Thoughts. And it references like 1,000 different studies about sexuality. Like, definitely don't take this as like absolute truth, because the book is already quite dated. Again, in like a field like sexology, 14 years is already quite a long time. The culture has changed a lot in that time. But yeah, that was one of the studies that was referenced. I'm not sure. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it though. So this is like also a reason why like one of the things that's mentioned here is like there is no what's the erection medicine called? There is no Viagra equivalent for women because economic stability, goddammit, because the bottom, like blood flow in the like vaginal area won't actually like trigger a psychological arousal in women. Meanwhile, in men, the blood flow to penis is going to trigger psychological arousal as well. Where is the monkey? There's a chapter in the book, it's called The Mind-Body Problem. Meredith Chivers is an assistant professor of Psychology at Queen's University in Canada. As the director of the Sexuality and Gender Laboratory at the university, she is one of the world's leading researchers on neuropsychology of female desire. In 2004, so this is already 22 years ago, Travers conducted an ingenious experiment to find out what turns women on. She invited women to her lab and showed them a variety of erotic pictures. Travers measured their arousal from viewing the pictures in two different ways. First, she asked them how they felt, a measure of conscious psychological arousal. Second, she inserted a plethysmograph into their vaginas. The female version of the device used to measure erections in the jar of pennies experiment, which is an experiment that was mentioned earlier in the book. But essentially, the jar of pennies experiment is an experiment where men were conditioned to get an erection when they see a jar of pennies. It worked kinda a little bit, but like not properly. Like it had some effect, but it didn't like actually work in any kind of long-term thing. Anyway, it's an entirely different thing. Just testing conditioning. Anyway, the most interesting part of Travers' experiment was the pictures themselves. They consisted of photographs depicting exercising men, exercising women, gay sex, lesbian sex, straight sex, and monkey sex. One of the images showed copulating bonobos, a type of primate also known as the pygmy chimpanzee. So, which images elicited physical arousal in women? All the images, even the monkey porn. Women's vaginal blood flow increased after viewing each erotic picture. Which images elicited physical arousal, which caused the women to say they were turned on? Heterosexual sex generated the greatest psychological arousal, followed by lesbian sex. Watching people exercise wasn't much of a turn on. The reported amount of psychological arousal from watching monkey porn, a very empathetic 0. In other words, there was a disassociation between the conscious arousal of the mind and the unconscious or semi-conscious arousal of the body. When the exact same experiment was conducted with male subject, there was virtually no dissociation between the two types of arousal. If a man was physically turned on, he was also psychologically turned on, and none of the men got turned on by monkey sex. But according to Jim's reporting, Jim has read about the same study. While none of the men got turned on by the monkey sex, apparently all of the men got a little bit turned on by the gay sex. Hello, Jimbleberg. Welcome, Jimbleberg. It is very typical. It is a book, Blue Archer. It's a very interesting book, though it's slightly old, and you can definitely tell that it's a little bit aged when you read chapters about women's like psychological arousal. Are we all a little bit gay then? Yeah. I think people should stop being worried about being a little bit gay. It's not gay if you say GG. Okay. Here is also a quote that I think is quite arousal can sometimes feel like intrusive thoughts, but it's more like intrusive bodily experiences that you definitely didn't ask for. In the same online discussion, when several men expressed disbelief that it's possible to be physically aroused and psychologically grossed out, another woman responded, "It's hard not to notice when your panties are soaking wet. It's just that being aroused by something that disgusts you is very, very unpleasant." This was about watching porn, by the way, which is quite interesting. Like, a lot of women do not enjoy porn. Some do. Again, differences within population greater than differences between populations or something. Yada yada yada. I feel like I say this every time. Yeah, and also every embryo or fetus or whichever it is at that point. I always forget in which order fetus and embryo come in English because I learned sex ed in Finnish mostly. But like, when you're growing in the belly, I think the Y chromosome activates after like week 8 or something. So technically, for like 2 months, you're a girl, regardless of which sex you actually end up being born as. Oh no, Blue Archer. Have fun on your work call. Well, I didn't learn everything in school. I learned most stuff in the local library. When I was like 9. I read all the used sex education books in the library when I was like 9 because I was curious. What the fuck you mean it burned down in the 70s and they never reopened? Am I gay? No. Despite my best efforts. Your town is absolutely dog shit. Yeah, I can see. A town without libraries. Crazy. Literally crazy work. Like, I lived in a village with like 1,000 people. And we still had a library. Yeah, the opening times were a little limited, but, you know. We definitely did not have a cinema. Kebab stores is crazy. Also 12 pharmacies. You used to have 7 schools and now you have 1. That's ridiculous. What the heck? Oh, that is nice, Selmar. Maybe you can start a kebab store yourself and then the situation is fixed. I haven't actually gone to the library of the city that I live in Finland. grocery store at least. Yeah, a big library, that's nice. In Finland, it's quite common to have like joint like library, like I don't know, like the city libraries are like many, like multiple towns have like a shared library system, and you're able to like borrow books from like other libraries, and you can get them brought to your library and then borrow it. Hello Sarge, welcome. Yeah, it's gonna be way too warm, Sarge. The only thing that's really dangerous where I am here, besides the heat, is the car drivers. Some of the car drivers are mad, and there's like a speed bump in the middle of the village, which helps. But if there wasn't a speed bump, like people would be speeding like crazy. I'm astonished every time I see cars like driving through the village, genuinely crazy speeds. And like, personally, like, we all know, like, I'm no one to judge people for speeding, but like, in a village with animals, pedestrians, there's like no footpath, and there's often also bikers on the road, and the car drivers are just mad lads. I would love some rain. I just wish it would like be colder. What the fuck do you mean it's gonna be 36 Celsius on Thursday? 35 tomorrow? Okay. So it's just gonna be a week of suffering. Okay, Lady Nonek. I know, I've experienced 40 Celsius in Germany. Now, I'm Finnish, okay? Like, minus 20 Celsius, I'm good, I'm great, I'm fine. Now, I don't know how you would do it minus 20 Celsius, Lady Nonek. So, like, maybe don't judge me for suffering in plus 30. We don't have plus 35 in Finland. I'm in UK currently, so that's why it's getting so fucking hot. Last year it was over 30 in Finland for a while as well, though. Yeah, 'cause you would just be dead, Lady Nonek. Is that what you're getting at? No suffering at that point anymore. Are you fine with minus 20 Celsius, Lady Nonek? Am I a Finnish fanboy? You'll never know, Phaeton. Maybe I have a penis. Maybe I don't. Take your best guess. It's like shredding your scat. Yeah. is one Finnish fanboy who's been going really viral recently. I think so, but I don't remember. I've just seen I think in Instagram Reels or something. How can I purr? I've practiced years. Just because I do ASMR. I just remember you in the winter talking about how you are freezing to death and can't eat because it's too cold to get out of bed. I guess the warmth is enjoyable for you. Yeah, plus 40 Celsius. Finally, the nature keeps me warm. Is that a dog behind me? Can I make the dog clap? Is that what you're asking, Faden? I feel like that's not what you're asking. Smallpaw, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Smallpaw. I hope your stream was good. We're a little bit out of control here, like usual. But welcome everyone, and guys, go check out Smallpaw. We often also raid her. She's absolutely delightful. Has very relaxing streams. And yeah, it's dog behind me, Phaeton. His name is Eddie. He is a poodle. He's 13 years already. And today he's wearing a diaper. Most days, actually, in the future, I think he'll be wearing diaper because he's become kind of incontinent. Hello, Terabyte. Hello, Gina. Of course, Smallpaw. Have the loveliest rest of your day. Is Eddie a good boy? Yeah. He is most of the time. He's absolutely delightful. Hello, Sir Choco. I hope you're well. I wonder if he's alive. Yeah, I think he is. He moved. It's very helpful. Valid, Sir Choco. I have a running day. I need to go on a run today after the stream. So, wish me luck. Surely it's gonna go down to 20 Celsius before I actually need to run. What does the weather forecast say? Okay, at 10 PM it's supposedly gonna be 20 Celsius, but also supposedly it's gonna rain, so that's not really helpful. The fields are not so nice to run in when it's raining. Thank you, Gina. It's gonna rain, Finnish fanboys. I'm trying to decide if that would be a nice experience. If they have a safe landing, then probably. Surely they would be clothed, Phaeton. Running in the rain is awesome. It would be, but our running trail goes in on the field, so it gets really muddy. I have been tracking my runs on Strava again. So I see how I'm gonna do today. But I feel like I won't do that great. Because it's a bit warm. My pace has been a little bit sucky on the recent runs. Like I tracked 2 runs last week and I did 5k each time, and my pace was like 5 minutes and 47 seconds per kilometer, which is a bit slow for 5k. And I'm battered because the last time I was tracking runs on Strava, okay, to be fair, it is like my all-time best was like 5 minutes and 18 seconds per kilometer. So okay, I guess I shouldn't be expecting to beat my personal best every time I go on a run. Little search. Storm watching. Till later search. Can I speak Finnish? Since you asked nicely, I can. Hei, minun nimeni on Iida. Minä olen ASMR-sisällön tuottaja, striimaaja ja YouTubettaja. Ja nyt minulla on tämmönen ihme joku kosteutuspuhallin juttu, joka mitäköhän tää lisää kosteutta ilmaan. Ja lämmitsi tie. This thing ran out of battery. Can I like spray this on myself to cool down? Finnish is actually from its own, yeah, this is the water spray. Finnish is actually from its own linguistic tree. Or not its own, but like completely separate from most other European languages. Finnish is a Finno-Ugric, or more broadly a Uralic language. So other European languages, other broadly like actually spoken European languages would be like Estonian is very close to Finnish. It's we can even understand some words of Estonian if you speak Finnish. And Hungarian is also in the same language family, though Hungarian is very far from Finnish as a language, and it mostly has like grammar things in common with Finnish, not really any words. But yeah, Finnish is quite unique language. Sami language is also in the same family tree, though same language family, but Sami isn't like directly related as a language to Finnish or Hungarian or Estonian. It's kind of its own thing. It is. I really like it, JD. It's like a handheld humidifier. I put it to charger now, so it's gonna charge on its own. No problem, Phaeton. My face is so shiny because it's too warm in here. Put a I don't really have. Okay, we have one fun fact of the day that I already told like twice to the chat, which is very inappropriate. But did you know that having a big cock makes you actually kind of gay? Or like having a big cock is gay? This is an exaggeration, but apparently gay men have on average a half an inch larger penises than straight men, which is quite a substantial difference. This is what people have been saying the whole day, Faithy. I've been reading a book called A Billion Wicked Thoughts, and while some of the stuff in the book is quite outdated because the book is already 14 years old, I'm wanting to sketch something now. My brain decided that it is time. While some of the stuff is quite outdated, there's quite a few interesting random facts in there. I kinda want to and add like I feel like we should have like a flower here. And I want to have like what are these called? Like lotus or water lily, what's the difference anyway? Like leaves and stuff. have no idea what that even is, Phaeton. I'm drawing backgrounds for my ASMR game that I'm working on. ASMR game. Yeah, I can explain in a second, Zelda. These are not well placed. No, I'm just drawing a random lady in a lake. Because I thought that would be like a relaxing, chill image. Like someone just floating in a lake and kinda eyes closed, sleeping. Pac-Man and French jumping. No. What I should actually be doing is I should be finishing all the books on this one. But I don't wanna draw all the books. Oh, there should be a frog. Maybe. Oh, I forgot you asked to pee. ASMR game. It's gonna be an ASMR editor simulator. And you're gonna play as a person with a desktop. And then a little elf will appear. And the elf is gonna be like, yo, I need your help to make some ASMR videos. You need to edit them. And in the game, you get like quests through like messages app. And then you use the editor to make the actual videos with all the elements that you have. And all your elements are stored in the file explorer, where you can see things like these backgrounds. I will be in the game, yeah. And hopefully, like once we get some playtesting done, hopefully at some point during summer, and we get and assuming you guys like it, and we move to like full release. Hopefully we get some other ASMR artists on board as well, and get some elements from other ASMR artists as well. But basically we're in very early stages of development, though we do have one important feature, which is being able to set your desktop background. You can't make any ASMR videos yet, but you can change your desktop background. No, nothing to worry about, Seldom. I was just surprised because I feel like you have been here a lot. But yeah, of course I'm happy to explain about the game. And yeah, you're gonna have like videos and backgrounds, foregrounds, triggers, ambience, music filters, and you can use all of these elements to like make ASMR videos, and then you store them, and then you can watch the videos, and you make certain like specific type of videos for like quests. You'll have quests requesting you for all kinds of things. And yeah, an elf version of me should be in the game. Maybe to have not an elf version, but I mean, I will voice the main NPC who's gonna be like this creature who's gonna show up and be like, I need your help, Bish. We need to make ASMR for people. I need to make people sleep. And the UI is supposed to look very much like kind of a desktop tablet hybrid, like, so that it makes sense both for desktop users but also like for mobile users. But essentially, like, the core gameplay is like just very relaxing, making ASMR clips, and then but like editing. You're not actually recording anything ever yourself. You are just putting puzzle pieces together, kinda, and then like one of the main functions is that you'll have all of these ASMR elements, and you can make custom content for yourself to enjoy, to actually go to sleep and stuff. Like, very, very customizable. My biceps. It's a weird request, Phaeton. I know. I've been working on my biceps, but like, they aren't very impressive yet. I've been working on so much, and I think I can actually see the like more muscle definition than before. I'm quite pleased. Although she probably doesn't have time, Phaeton. Like, I have been doing ASMR and content creation as like my primary thing. things as my main thing is it like it enables me to do so much and to learn so much and to do many things. How fit I am. Okay, my arms are not gonna tell the actual story though, because my legs are actually big and my arms are just like, my arms are sad. Do we do have more definition than before? I was watching like a fitness video just talking about like, oh, you've been lied about protein intake, and then this lady was like, so I used to drink egg whites, and I'm like no, I thought we all knew that like just having like ridiculous amounts of protein is not actually the way that you are going to like get the most gains. Like you need carbs for performance, and you need to have good performance. Like you need to lift heavy weights, you need carbs to lift heavy weights, you need to lift heavy weights to gain muscle. And sometimes I'm just very confused. Because some people being out there just like, well, I'm gonna cut all the carbs out of my diet. I'm just gonna drink pure protein and surely I'll get very fit this way. And then the like scientific information was like, yeah, you like after 1.6 grams of protein per kilogram of weight in a day, you don't really get extra gains from all the protein. Meanwhile, I out here have been like having 1.6 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight daily. Like, okay, so I've actually been doing it right. But my arms are still not very big. One day. Today's run day, but what it is even before run day, today's piss day. Jim wants to piss and he needs my help to hold his penis. So I'll be back in a little bit. Enjoy this delightful ASMR video while I am gone. Also, he doesn't actually need my help. It's just that the bathroom is right next to the streaming room. So like, if Jim just went, it would just be like, you know, not a pleasant experience. Don't recommend. So yeah, a little pee break. I'll be back in a moment. Enjoy this clip. This ASMR actually high quality, unlike my Yapping ASMR otherwise. as well. And I need to write something to my game to-do list. Oh, thank you, Framerable. I'm very happy to hear. I think when I filmed that video, I was literally just like, what sounds nice? Like, okay, I'll do this. I had no idea what I was going to film. I just was like, I need to film a YouTube video. It's like, just come up with a nice combo. Something we haven't done in a while. Okay. I've written a tutorial quest. Yeah, I've done. It's just kind of like a fantasy version of my name. I'm Biska. Like, my actual name is just Ida. I just wanted a unique username. I needed to write to my list that I should have like texture backgrounds, like very plain colors and simple patterns for the backgrounds in the game. Just need to make a bunch of cute sleepy textures, but those are also gonna work as like kind of lower tier, lower rating background elements. Love Frank Angeles. I feel like a little bit more open neckline is gonna make this a bit more balanced somehow. Like that top of the shoulder there, and this is gonna be like this. It is panting, poor dog. Like the AC was on a moment ago, as well. Like when I'm in the bathroom break, I turn the AC on, but it doesn't get much cooler in here in such a short time. It's a little bit too thin of a neck, even for like very stylized style. I feel like a little bit too long of a neck. I really have a tendency to give people really long necks for no fucking reason. She's sleepy and relaxed. Give her very relaxed eyebrows. Okay, that looks a little worried. We want it relaxed. Flamed Zeus, I'll be alive for how long? Until 4-hour mark. So like 1.5 more hours. Vexius, it's like 29 Celsius today, so quite warm. Not enjoyable. Especially like the room that I'm in is it's just too warm. I feel like I should probably have references for how water is gonna work in this kind of environment. Nice. We also have an AC, but I can't be running it during the stream, which is a pain, obviously. Just realized this is really kinda high. much effort. You can go find an old VOD. Like, I think there are VODs from last week where my hair is very faded. Go check one of those. It's really long. Shakespeare, how are you doing? Nice to hear. Thank you. I'm doing good, Angela. Shakespeare. Just, you know, it's a bit warm here. I'm Finnish. I don't enjoy 30 Celsius. Other than that, I'm good. Thank you, Uncle Shakespeare. Just trying to... I don't want to draw more icons. And I know that I need to draw more icons. So I'm postponing drawing of more icons by being like, okay, I'm drawing one background illustration. Gives me much more like creative things actually. Because the background illustrations are for the game are like creative. Meanwhile, all the icons that I need to make for the game are like creative is not really the word that I would use. They're more like graphic design things, and sure, graphic design is definitely creative, but it's very. I know what I need to make, and I just need to like visualize it in a way that's very functional. Meanwhile, when I do like background illustrations, it's just like, oh, well, what is the most like, what is a relaxing image I can think of? What kind of image would people enjoy in the background of an ASMR video? to take a screenshot of YouTube chat before I ban the person. I just realized I should probably have like some of these like water lily leaves touch each other. My stomach is growling like crazy. Do I draw a lot on stream? Well, now I do because I'm working on the ASMR game. But it's like, it's quite random. Like, as you can see, we have like, if you look at what I have in the title, it's like a frick ton of different things just listed in the title. And yeah, I'll probably be doing at least one of those things when you join the stream. But I don't even like usually myself know which one I'm gonna do when I start the stream. Like sometimes I have a clear idea. So I study game design, and I'm doing like, I'm using the summer, I'm spending a lot of the summer to do like my practical training, and for my practical training I'm making an ASMR game. It's gonna be an ASMR editor simulator. It's a game where you like make your own ASMR, like you make your own ASMR videos from predefined elements. As in, like, you don't need to like make your own ASMR, you don't need to record anything or anything like that. But you have a bunch of ASMR elements and you combine them and work with them to create like the like ASMR videos. There is a bunch of the videos are just like, oh, you're doing this one quest, you're making a video that is like ASMR videos and you're doing the ASMR, but like ASMR for yourself to listen to. So you can use the ASMR elements in the game to like create a video that you like. And we're gonna try to get to playtesting phase during the summer. Withdrawing Bullerton. Thank you, Uncle Shakespeare. Yeah, I haven't seen any game like that. Like I feel like there's like, if you go to Play Store for example, there's like a bunch of mobile games that are like satisfying sounds, but they are always like, they are not like actually ASMR. And then there's some like meditation apps where you get to like create a little bit of that like, oh, customizable ASMR experience, but nothing like the game that I am working on. And I mean, if you go to Steam and look for ASMR games, it's just porn games, so so yeah, this I feel like this is not really even relevant to the discussion in this case, because it's clearly gonna be a relaxation oriented game, like much more to the player base of like cozy games and stuff. I feel like this isn't even that creative as an idea. I much more view this as like functional, and I feel like I don't associate functionality with creativity, but fair. I mean, at least it's unique, which definitely is something you can consider creative, right? Like, there isn't really a comparable game. Okay, I feel like this is a good amount of leaves. Porn games, Bullerton. If you look for like ASMR related games on Steam, you will find concerning things. Good evening, Casadara. Welcome. Zoomies. You get to see my eye bags close up. Am I gonna draw lilies in a reasonable way? difficult to say. I like many different games. Kind of surprisingly, I'm not a big, like, I don't play that much cozy games. You would probably think that I do that as an ASMR artist. I do like them, but some of them kind of feel like time sinks only. I really like PvP games, but I really like colorful ones, bright ones. So big fan of like Overwatch, League of Legends, Marvel Rivals, and I also like games that offer me challenge. So like the kinda recent actual game that I played a lot and got a lot better at was Altering Night Rain. Hello, my grenade. I'm planning to buy Elden Ring whenever they have it on sale or something, and then play the base game. Night Rain was like the first Souls game that I played. I've mainly been avoiding them because they're so dark, and I'm not a big fan of dark aesthetics. I like colorful and pretty things. I do enjoy like playing an occasional like gacha mobile game. But usually, because I don't ever really pay into those games, they kinda end up losing their charm over time. Because like, well, it takes me like 3 weeks of grinding to get any progress. Because I refuse to pay. Trying to count the freckles, I know. Hello, Merfra. Hello, Stephanies. Welcome, both of you. I hope you're well. Oh, I played a lot of Skyrim. I played all the Elder Scrolls games growing up. Not actually all of them. Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. You know, like Morrowind came out when I was like 2, so I think it would be kinda unreasonable to expect me to have played Daggerfall and Arena as well. Which like came out before I was born. You like the I wasn't a big fan of Oblivion. I found it to be quite stressful. I preferred Morrowind over Oblivion, though what I gotta say is the assassin, like DLC in Morrowind is hella unbalanced. Eddie, onko vielä paikalla? Eddie the chatter. Your little beast looking for you. I need a bigger camera and more zoom. God damn it. No, you must be. This must suffice. Eddie the dog is making his existence known. Joskus se koira on se vanhempien koira ollut aina mun mielestä. There's here supposed to be a leaf and I didn't draw one. Lily. Eddie's licking himself. His paws though. He's wearing a diaper so he can't do naughty lickies. listen to the Dolly Parton list that I should. I don't know, few dozen. Some dozens of listens of Dolly Parton during the year. Like, what, 30 listens of Dolly Parton per year. Is this good enough of a percent? My stomach is growling like crazy. It has no right to be that upset. What have I done to it? For it to be like thunder. What the fuck? I'm scared now. Hello, Plano. Thank you, Opesan. Ei oo Edien näkynyt. Miten sulla muuten juhannus meni joulunuppi? Niin kuin sitä lukuun ottamatta ne nyt tietysti oot kauheassa kaapulassa. Oi ei. Kuinka paljon sä oikein vedit viikonlopun aikana? Herra jestas. We're hiding the hands for artist memes. We're gonna draw them at some point. Millainen skälli joulunuppi? Plena. I'm not angry at you. Not for now. making a background illustration for the game. So Lena, do you consider it to be a good tactic of inducing peace to, whenever you see someone, to remind them of any potential disagreements that you might have with them? to start shit. Side can be like clinging to the skin, and the other side can be free floating. Hello Eddie, you made it back. Do I need to check the dungeon? Whatever has y'all not be posting again. What the heck is that? Okay, to be fair, but like a pool filled, like, is there anything more American than a pool filled with Mountain Dew? Like, in a sense, Trump did succeed with that. What the fuck? Is this water bottle holder butt black? That's Trump's pool. It's full of Mountain Dew. Yeah, he can drink straight out of the Mountain Dew pool. Like, you know, it's efficient. Like, they were trying, like, the whole time they've been trying to, like, increase, like, government efficiency or something. Like, I think the Mountain Dew pool is part of that. Trump should take a bath in that water. I think he might die if he does that. He's kind of old. Old people's health is quite fragile. Wait, I mean, he should take a bath in that might be a great idea. Might be, many alternative homeopathic medicine. People might recommend it, like some algae are very good for you. Can even swim. Probably. Like, surely. Minäkään takuuseen menis, mutta kyllä se nyt varmaan uida osaa. Trying to decide what color hair would balance the colors out nicely. I feel like she should have like dark brown, almost black hair. But then again, like blonde hair might contrast really nicely with the water. I think dark red might clash with the other colors. I'm gonna do dark brown, and then I'm gonna test once I have the hair silhouette down. I'm gonna test it with different colors, because I can change it, obviously. person is kind of helpful travel wise. He just needs to like send him a hair sample or something. I'm kidding. He also needed to send his grandma's birth certificate. Oh goddamn, traffic man. You're just collecting them. You just need to get like some Asian or African citizenship to like really solidify that. Eddie got up. I don't know why. Oh, that's really optimized traffic, man. That's crazy. I think most countries, like at least Finland has a system where you get automatically a Finnish citizenship if you're born in Finland, but only if like you don't receive citizenship like from some other nation automatically. So at least that's how it was when I was in school, but we've had kind of racist government for a while, so they might have changed it to make it more difficult or something. Eleanor Wallard. Yeah, anti-statelessness measure, that's essentially what it is. So if you automatically receive a citizenship of like one of your parents' country and you're born in Finland, you don't automatically get to finish one. But if you don't receive a citizenship of another country, then you're entitled to become a Finnish citizen. Or you become a Finnish citizen. You should automatically become a Finnish citizen is what should happen. But these things are always weird and convoluted. supposed to be more like a citizenship of a baby needs to be established when it's born. And if it can't immediately be established to another country, then it will be assigned to Finland. But then again, as I said, these things tend to be quite convoluted and fucked up most of the time. Yeah, that's AES. I also read some pretty concerning, like, anecdotes of people ending up stateless, even in countries that technically have laws that should prevent that. And it's usually like shit like, well, your mom should have done this paperwork when you were a baby, but we never told her that she should do it. Not anytime soon, because I'm working on assets for my own game, so I'm not really doing like fan art things, because I need to have the full rights to use any images that I make. So like I can't go for fan art in this situation. Sorry, I forgot to tell your mom to sign this, so you're fucked now. Yeah, basically. Like, that kind of stuff happens, and it's like genuinely wild. My stomach is like growling like a madman. It's actually crazy. You don't want to end up stateless. You become one of the few people in the world with zero human rights. Yeah, basically. Like, ending up stateless is like an absolute nightmare that like we shouldn't let happen. And it's crazy that when it actually happens, then most countries are like, well, but regulations. And you're like, what the fuck you mean? This person literally does not have a citizenship of any country. Like, someone needs to take them. And everyone should be wanting to take them at that point. Like, but people are so fucking bent on laws and like weird bureaucratic regulations that they're like, well, sucks to suck, but paperwork. This is someone else's problem now. The fuck you mean that someone had to live in Paris airport for 30 years? How do you even live in an airport? Nah, they can't be real. Hello, Psychoed. We live in a post-empathy world. Yeah, for real, Zebrius. It is so frustrating. Like, I'm not calling anyone specific out, but like, at some point I was telling you guys that I've been like collecting trash, and like some of your response was like, ew, why would you do that? And I was like, bruh, to keep the village clean. That's actually crazy, traffic man. Wow. Also, I was supposed to read Zebrius' message about 4 tornadoes. Oh gosh. One of your barns, Zebrius. Yeah, I know you have a farm going on. It got pancaked, that's crazy. Was there stuff in the barn? Like tractors or anything? Nothing super valuable, okay. But your house is fine. And no one got hurt. Okay. bottom it's literally flattened, like swoop. Just folded. I mean, barns are not usually the most steady structures. Damn, yeah. It's just the stuff in the barn that's holding up the holding up the walls and roof. Oh, dark sun redeemed dark magic. I think we can also be done with drawing for today. We only have like 10 minutes left of the stream. This looks quite cozy. I think this is gonna be nice. Yeah, of course, not poorly constructed Zebrias, but barns tend to be large and light. Yeah, they're not very aerodynamic, exactly. Yeah, it's like an umbrella in a storm. Like, you can have a very, very good and very sturdy umbrella, but if the storm is very big, it's like, the umbrella is not gonna enjoy it. The structures are not exactly designed to ideally function. Yeah. You just gotta lift up the roof, Eddie. Precisely. Oh god, no, god, no, god, no. thought the door frame was like big, like a big sky window. Yes, Eddie, makes sense, absolutely. Big sky window. Hello, Blue Jay, how are you doing? Well, you know, at least your house was fine. Mostly fine, that is. Poor barn. Good night, Leonardo. Sleep well. Rebuilding a barn is cheaper than a house. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, what is like rebuilding the barn? Like, some depends how much you can still like reuse of the old barn, but some thousands. And an actual house would be at the very least tens of thousands. Insurance will cover it. Fair. Okay, good. Good. None of the barn can be reused. Oh. Okay. Okay, I see. This is a pain. Still much cheaper and easier than building a home. Well, English, Leonardo. Besides Finnish, I speak English. Then I know a little bit of Swedish, but I wouldn't really say I speak Swedish. don't think one can just try languages, you need to learn them first. Is their Portuguese difficult to speak? I don't know. Honestly though, trying Portuguese, my crazy uncle actually LARPs and pretends that he can speak Portuguese. Okay, at the current moment he probably can speak some Portuguese, but like 5 or 6 years or something ago, he just moved to Portugal. He sold his house in Finland and bought this tiny ass house in Portugal that didn't have running water or electricity, or a bathroom. It didn't actually even have a fireplace. It didn't actually even have a door. This is why, hence the crazy uncle. Like, guys, genuinely mad. And then he's just been working on, like, I think he found a job at like a farm, like herding sheep and goats and doing farm tasks. And then actually the farm that he has worked at for like 5 years, they started like a hotel, like a countryside hotel, and now he's a butler at the hotel. And he was on like Portuguese TV as well, apparently. Like, genuinely. Like, I saw the clip of him on TV in Portugal. And he's like never been on a Portuguese lesson. He just went there. Yeah. Yes, the crazy uncle. I think the only like, he just wanted to go to a warm country, and I think he drinks like a bottle of red wine every day, like all of the alcoholics in the family. And yeah. No, he literally never completed the main quest. He's just been doing the craziest side quests his entire life. It's a completionist, sure. wine there is very, very cheap, and I think that's why he's there. Also, legitimately, at some point, he sent a picture of himself making wine, just like stomping in the grapes. And like, you get like this kind of messages from him. Like one day, he just sent like a long message in the family group, where my mom's siblings are, my mom and the crazy uncle, and my mom's sister. And the message was just like, today I was enjoying a late breakfast, wine and something, like some fruits and toast or something, outside, next to the stone fence, or like stone wall of the garden. And suddenly a car crashed through the stone fence, through the gate. And the car was driven by a local nun that had been driving home from the Sunday Mass. And she had tried to dodge a pedestrian that was walking on the road. And then my breakfast session was rudely interrupted by this nun crashing into the stone wall of the garden where I was eating figs and drinking red wine. Nun was also potentially drunk, but we don't know for sure. But the pedestrian was unharmed, so all was good. Some of them do, Eddie. Hello, Becky. Welcome. All good, but I'm ending the stream soon because we've passed the 4-hour mark. I was looking a little for a raid target, but I don't know if there's anyone who I follow that is actually live. So that's a pain. I mean, there is, but like not in ASMR, which is a problem. Okay. Unfortunately, I did not find a right target. But for those who need ASMR, there are all the old stream mods and a new video from Saturday for those who haven't watched it yet. It's very nice. Yeah, I assume so. I mean, I assume it's different depending on whether you're in city or on countryside. My crazy uncle lives like really, really on the countryside, so they might still have a bit more of the religious and traditional activities. That's the case in most countries. Get them. write Patreon and I just quit mid-word. Anyway, I'd like to remind you guys to check out my Patreon. And join our Discord if you feel like it. I shall be back tomorrow at the usual time. I'm sweating like crazy because it's gonna be like 35 Celsius tomorrow. Now I'm gonna wait for it to cool down a little and then head out for a run. Ooh, wait, I don't need to cook today. That's nice. I made like lots and lots of cottage pie yesterday. So I think I don't need to cook dinner for like 4 days. Quite nice. Good night, Christiana. No, Yolanopi, I don't have that kind of water bottle holder. Tragically. Good night, Yolanopi. Good night, Plena. Good night, Zeprius. Good night, Uncle Shakespeare. Good night, Leonardo. Good night, Gillig.